What's up, y'all? What's up, Mr. Lorenthal? How you doing today? Probably not, but worth a try. I think you're the first to chat. Anyway, that is for certain. Yeah, I might move it though. Let me look at it right now. Actually, let me see here. Let's go something like that. Still readable. I need to go through and get that adjusted and fixed. I don't like it. But I do want to have on-screen chat now that it's allowed to have YouTube and Twitch chat on the same screen. I want to use it. But anyway, so the goal today is to go through and get maps unlocked. So we take a look. Like, I can't do any of these maps on survival. I'm worried about the keep. Not necessarily Forsaken Temple, but I am worried about if I'm going to be able to complete the keep or not. But yeah, anyway, got to do these maps on campaign to be able to run them on survival or pure strat or whatever. So I got to start off here, go down the encore maps, and then try to go straight across. We'll see what we can do. Yeah, I just need to go through a different. I need to use a different feed, basically. This one is through. That one is through, I think, Restream. And I just don't like the way it looks. There's several options. Like, I can use a feed through Stream Elements. To use it through Stream Elements, I have to download an app, though. This is the one Dungeon Defenders game you haven't played. It's a super fun game. It just doesn't offer overall as much as gameplay as like DD1 does. But yeah, anyway, taking a look through my heroes. Here is my Squire. He's mainly a Waller right now. 10.9 Fort. And I've got Harpoons fused on my Squire now. I've yet to use them. I don't have the rune, and the Harpoons do really well once you get the rune. Everybody has their favorite. Nothing wrong with that. Then on my Guardian, here's a look at my Guardian stats. On the Guardian, I've got that same fused accessory. So for here, that is Al's. Then on my EV, that is where we're sitting. I've got a fused Patty's Lucky Cap, which is the heat cannon, which I still have yet to use. I got 2 defenses fused on my monk. Here's a look at my stats. I did pull my points out of range and go into power because I want to start using electric auras. So I've got, obviously I got a ways to go yet. But I've got my Ensnare aura and electric aura fused. And I did that by getting some fused bracers from the Throne Room Pure Strategy. What up, Cool Gamer? That, of course, gives me Arcane Alignment 1, which is the Ensnare auras. And then I got the fused Sapphire Brooch from the map of the week, which was Royal Gardens right now on Pure Strategy, and that gave me electric auras. So I've got fused Ensnares and electric auras now on the monk. The Warden, I've got 2 fused defenses as well. This is where I'm sitting at the moment. I got those 2 fused defenses from, once again, the map of the week. This was actually the first Arcanist piece that dropped, so actually, do I have something better? Not really. That one's fine. This is Arcane Alignment 3, which, of course, is my Wisps. And then I'm also using another one of those fused Hallows Eve Grin. This one's from Pure Strategy Spooktacular. That one's Arcane Alignment 4. So that one is the Beaming Blossoms. Now, I don't have runes yet. So the power of a lot of these defenses doesn't really take off until you get runes. The only runes I have right now is I've got the Owl rune, and I've got the Overdrive rune, just rank 4, a low quality version of it, but still getting value out of it. So yeah, anyway, just need to go through and get some of these maps unlocked. That way I'm able to do more in Massacre mode. Don't have to do these on Hardcore or on Rifted to get the map unlock. You can just do them on regular survival. In fact, I kind of feel like I should have done the Keep and the Forsaken Temple on regular survival, not Rifted first. But we're going to see what we can do here. We got to go through the campaign maps, so let's just start off right there with the Magus Quarters. I'm going to go ahead and do them on Hardcore Rifted, because why not? We don't have a bonus difficulty unlocked yet, so we can't do it. And let's see. I think we're going to start off with just some owls. We'll go something like that. Oh, nice. Nice. I'll have to keep an eye on that. And then I think to get started through these waves, we'll get rid of these giraffes. Oh no, I didn't bring them with me. I've got dragons. I guess we'll just go with the giraffes. Let's see if we can survive wave 1. I guess I'll just monk it out. Wisps may have been a better alternative. I think this will get us started, though. Got a Sharkin. That's all that's left is that Sharkin. All right. What's up, Zomboss? How you doing? Going through and getting map unlocks done here today. We'll get some wisps in next wave here. Yep, out of juice. It's been fun. I mean, DDA, it's never lacked fun factor, you know? It's always been a super fun game to play. This should just be an absolute steamroll for a lot of these maps, because I'm already in Massacre Pure Strat gear, and in some cases Massacre Survival gear. Alright. Gather up some more juice here. a little bit more down below, but I'm not going to bother jumping down there. All right, let's get some wisps in, too. I think wisps will be a very nice addition here. $11 seconds. Just go something like that for now. We'll get the buff beams down next wave. Yeah, Arcanist gear rolls higher. Nice, cool gamer. Well, looking forward to see what you guys are doing. I mean, I've been pretty glad just to see the, the amount of updates you guys are rolling out. Been very, very consistent. DD1 is the kind of the most updated game of all the Dungeon Defenders games right now. And DDA is the second most currently for sure. Something's cooking with DD2, but we don't have any info yet. They've been teasing the soon stuff, which, we all know how soon goes. Let's throw down some Beaming Blossoms just for flavor. Oh, crap. I've been playing too much pure strategy. I could have built those buff beams during the wave. I've been playing so much pure strategy, I'm used to not building. Now, I mean in the Discord, the Augie streams are good streams for little teases and reveals and stuff, but there's never any actual information. You got to get it from the devs themselves. And default user had teased soon in Discord the other day, which, we all know how soon means. No offense to the devs, but soon for a developer and soon for a player mean two entirely different things. Alright, I don't think we need to keep building anymore. I think this will just wreck through the rest. And I mean, it's all relative, If you tell a game developer that they've got to get something done in their game in 6 weeks, they're going to be like, oh my god, why so soon? But if you tell a player something's not going to be arriving for 6 more weeks, it's going to be, oh my god, why so long? So I mean, it's all about the expectations. And I mean, I'm like everybody else, I want everything and I want it all now. But it's a lot easier from our end when all we have to do is hit a button that says update. And then you got Blizzard Soon, which Blizzard Soon is on the far, far end of the scale. Alright, I don't think there will be any loot, but there will be runes, and that is actually one of the runes I want. That's hot. I mean, I guess I could have just let it sell off. Let me lock that so I don't accidentally sell it. I definitely am looking forward to that guy. Alright, first one down. Getting good XP too. Hey, everybody talks about the... God, it takes so long to get to 110, and it's just not true. I mean, I feel like I barely touched anything in Massacre mode yet. And I'm at level 104 already. And, like, I literally feel like I've barely done anything. Alright, well, I certainly don't have 250 bill to unlock that rune yet, so we'll have to leave that one sitting. But let's see, what was next? Next up, we got Spires. We need to do it on campaign. Well, welcome to the Twitches. There's Zomboss. What do you? I gotta check my stuff again because I changed them the other night. I want owls on fodder. They're good, but wisps. Oops, that's not wisps. I want wisps on strong. Yeah, I got those on air. You know what? I think we can leave them on air, actually. Now that we're getting all these copter ogres. How much mana are we going to start off with? 500. So I think what we'll do is we'll just owl it up. That's 10 owls. Huh. It's actually more than I expected to have. I guess we can do this too. I mean, the campaign maps should be really easy. Besides the boss maps will be the only challenge. Oh man, you know how that works, Zomboss. My RNG, my luck is with drops is so horrible. Sometimes when you hit that button, it actually helps me. My luck is so bad. Yep, the negative luck rolls over. Alright, what do we want to do? I mean, I guess let's just slap a bunch of owls, or a bunch of wisps down in the middle of the map. Call it a day, huh? And you know what? We can do this. Let's put the tree there. See if we can gather up any more mana. I can just let it fly, I guess. I'll build as it's going. Throw y'all stuff at me. Oh, he's going to destroy my owls, that dirty bastard. Yep. That dirty, dirty bastard. Needs more juice. Alright, what do we do here? I guess we throw the owls over here. That way we don't have to worry about the ogres throwing. And just let it fly from there. The fused base melter. Coolest weapon name ever. Shame it doesn't have a little bit better functionality. It goes both ways when the rune's on boss. Like I've had people tell me that on a fresh start that they've gone through and have gotten every rune, godly version of every rune, in under 3 hours. And then I've had other people tell me that they had to run one map where the rune's got a 16% drop chance, like 100 times, you know? All right, I don't think we need anything again. Let's just let it fly. Well, the problem with that weapon, it's super cool, but for the damage you get out of it, it's not worth being that close. You know, like if you're playing a ranged build, you're not going to be tanky enough to get up to that super close range to be able to do the damage. And then that and just the damage output of it is not tremendous, but I mean, that's something we're all accustomed to. I mean, in DD1, DD2, and in DDA, boss weapons are what it's all about, you know? It's like that in all the games. So I don't think that really catches anybody off guard too much, to be honest. What do we got there? I am hurting for quality bracers. That one's a hunk of shit. I think I'll pick it up anyway. You keep getting kicked out of a tavern when someone is making a map. I don't play a ton of co-op in DDA, but I have played some, and I haven't had any issues lately. But, you know, that's not necessarily saying anything. I'd love to get back to streaming DDA quite often and running public matches, but we just don't. You know, we need more players. Needs more players. I gotta look up where that bowling ball rune drops. I think I'll be able to do the keep if I get that bowling ball rune, but I don't have any DPS set up at all right now. I mean, I can always try it. I'll turn hardcore off. But I think the keep might be the thing blocking me the most here today. Let's see, what do we got there? Rejuve Aura. Not the hottest of items, but I mean, part of me feels like I shouldn't even bother picking up any of this fused gear up. That Monkey King's going to be a cool 9 bill. Gotta love that. All right. What's next? Glitter Helm. Oh, joy. Glitter Helm. I forgot about that map. Have a couple sips of the coffee here real quick. While I'm butt puckering over how irritating Glitter Helm is going to be. All right. Might as well start off down here. We'll do the same thing for wave 1. We'll just throw down some owls. We actually have a decent amount of time on this one. I mean, there's no reason not to run it. I was more joking than anything. It's easy enough. Actually, this used to be like one of the go-to farm maps. Yeah, I feel like over here I'm gonna go ahead and drop a few wisps now. Just so I don't have to run up here. What do we got? 40 seconds. I think I'm going to do the same thing here. I don't have a ton of DU left, or a ton of mana left, but all right. See how it goes. This is going to be the problem right here, huh? I should have put something over this way more. I don't have anything for these copter ogres either. I think I'm in trouble here. It was a bad wave 1. I don't have enough damage to get through those guys. Cake with the sub. Thanks so much there, Cake. What's going on here? And there they come. The owl's gonna get him. Just grab some mana and prey here. All right, definitely need to do something here. And then I'd like to get a few more owls here. And probably get some wisps over here as well. And it's just a matter of getting the stuff on the ground. You know, I'm overpowered for the content here because I've already done some survival and pure strat runs. You're not the only one I've heard that from. It's kind of funny with PoE. You get so many people that just because of PoE 1 and how much they love PoE 1, that no matter what state PoE 2 is in, they don't actually ever give like any honest opinions on it. It's like they absolutely love it. Best thing ever. And I mean, you know, everybody's got their own flavor that they like, but like for me personally, out of all of the ARPGs that I play, right now, PoE 2 is my least favorite one. Literally, least favorite of all the ARPGs I play. I mean, that's kind of crazy, you know? That's saying something. But I would rather play Diablo 3 than PoE 2. And I mean, that's pretty goddamn extreme, you know? But for Dungeon Defenders games, I like games that are getting updates. So I mean, I love all the games, so I swap back around. The problem DD2 has is there's an end. You know, you get maxed out, you got all 10 out of 10 mods, you got all gilded shards, you've got nothing to do. There's nothing to farm. And Dungeon Defenders games are games of collecting rare loot, you know? Yeah, this map has been in every Dungeon Defenders game. It's from DD1, but they remade it and put it in everything. Alright, we're at that state again. I don't really feel like I need to build too much more, but we'll throw some stuff down anyway. But yeah, anyway, it's the live service rotation with DD2. It gets an update, everybody plays DD2, and then as soon as they're done with it, after a couple of days or whatever, then, you know, it's move over to another game or you know, just grind just to grind. But I mean, once you've got all your mods are 10 out of 10 and you've got all your shards gilded and you've done everything you want to do in the game, I mean, you beat the game. You got your money's worth, you know? I mean, that's the thing with DD2 is everybody's going to get their money's worth. You know? All Dungeon Defenders games for that matter. I mean, you get a lot of hours of play for the dollar spent, you know? Yeah, well, I mean, DD2 just doesn't have... I mean, they tried to put rare loot in with the Elemental Rumble stuff, but they did it in a way where it's miserable. So more people just said nope and stopped other than do it. You know, the thing with Dungeon Defenders games like DD1 and DDA is getting the item is not the problem. You know where the item drops. It's a guaranteed drop. You just go get it. It's getting a high quality version of the item is what you're looking for, you know? And with Elemental Rumble, it's just getting the item by itself, and there's no, like, you can't get, you know, like if you know, say I was farming armor chest piece here, Arcanist chest piece. Say I was doing the map of the week, and I needed an Arcanist chest piece in DDA. Well, the first one that drops is going to fuse that defense. It's going to be functional. It just doesn't matter. You know, now obviously you want a better one, but as far as getting going, you're going. You're set. You know, you get that drop, you plug it in, you got your fused piece of, you know, your fused defense, and you're ready to get started on trying to find a better version of that. And that's one thing that DD2 used to have, and they took it away, which was when the player base dropped through the floor. And then the community did in the rest of the player base after that, sadly. I mean, it's a super fun game. You're going to get your money's worth out of it, but it does have an end. Well, thanks, Sir Joker. What do we got here? We got the targeted mana bomb. That is not really one I care about, but I mean, it is godly, so I'll pick it up anyway. All right. I mean, we can head right to the mill. We don't need to go back out. Sorry. Coffee cup slam here. I mean, it's really difficult for me to say a favorite game. It's just such a hard thing to say. I mean, you could say, like, my favorite game this week, but, like, picking your all-time favorite game of all time, that's just really, really difficult to do. All right, we got 1,000 again. Just throw a bunch of owls around to get things kicking. We don't need to put those out there where they can get destroyed. I guess that is our start till we get a little bit more mana. Copters are getting handled. Fallout 3. You know what? Fallout 3 is a game that I know Aramir and I have had this discussion before. It's a game that I played practically no time. And then Fallout 4, I got pissed off at the roaches, the rad roaches on the floor in like the first 2 minutes of the game or whatever, and just instantly uninstalled. Goddamn roaches. I need to jump in and check out a little Fallout 4, particularly before or Fallout 3, particularly before the remake happens. Because that one shit. I did play New Vegas a bunch. I tell you, New Vegas, that was like one of my first experiences with a Steam holiday sale. You guys remember how Steam holiday sales used to be? It used to be like every awesome game was like $2. So you end up buying like 70 games or something ridiculous and you never play any of them. I got New Vegas as part of one of those Steam sales, and my son and I played it quite a bit. I like the Fallout universe. That whole post-apocalyptic thing is always fun. Oh, anyway, sorry I missed that, Joker. I haven't personally had any issues with that. With any sort of wipes. You may have misclicked on something when it was like save a local file or go with the cloud save. Yeah, I mean, I'll end up jumping in and giving PoE 2 a little chance. I'm just not, it's not something I feel like I got to do today. And I probably have a greater chance of enjoying it, too, if I wait a little while. Because then I'll have a bunch of friends that have, you know what, we haven't used a PDS this whole damn time. Let's throw one down. I'll have a bunch of friends that have a bunch of gear, and I'll get a bunch of hand-me-downs. It'll make a more enjoyable start. I think this is my first. I may have thrown PDSs down somewhere else. I think this might be my first PDS placements. All right. I mean, we're just overkilling now just for fun. Division 2 just has some major thing. I never played Division 2. I've got it. I need to just set aside some time to do it. I've got a good friend that's a big Division 2 fan. SciTech. Y'all, God dang it, I did it again. A lot of you guys know SciTech from Discord or from chat. But he absolutely loves Division 2. And I did play a ton of Division, the first game, and I really enjoyed it. So, I mean, the only thing holding me back on Division 2 is just having time to jump in and play it. They've had some really positively received updates, too, Cake. Well, let's not run around on this slowpoke. We'll give it an electric R2 just because, why not? Yeah, they've had a bunch of updates that were super positively received, and I mean, I've heard a lot of good things about the game. Like, apparently it struggled a little bit at launch, and then it just had major improvements from there. I haven't played it to be able to say, or to give a personal opinion on, but that's what people have told me. Kind of like No Man's Sky syndrome to an extent. It launched and people hated it, and now it's one of like the best games ever. I may have some. The owls might be hitting for that hard. 5 million. So yeah, 10 million. Yeah, probably 12 million against a fused or rifted enemy. You love games that let you pre-build a character, like RPGs, for sure. I think everybody here on YouTube or Twitch watching right now are all a big fan of RPG type games. It's that progression, that loop progression and everything that hooks most of us. Whether it be an ARPG or a game like Dungeon Defenders or whatever. Ooh, somebody done threw at my owls. Dirty. That ain't right. But yeah, I mean, this is a fresh start in 2026. It's not a fresh start today. Well, I mean, the entire playlist of literally everything I've done on this account is all on the YouTube channel there, Summers. You can head on over there and give it a whirl. Give it a look. Alright, let's see what rune we get. We got Poison Dagger. Not one that I am necessarily directly looking for either, but it is one I don't have yet, so I will take it. Alright, we gotta do both of these. Let's do the outpost first, because it's going to be the most irritating. Alright, what do we want to do? We want to start off, do the same thing, start off with owls again. I mean, I've got a limited amount of defenses set up. That's why I'm using the same thing over and over. All right, we got a bunch. Bunch of time and a bunch of resources to get going on this one. All right, I think that'll get us to for wave 1 anyway. Hopefully. This playthrough, I haven't counted up the time, Summers, but on this playthrough, I don't know, I probably got maybe 30 hours into it now. Maybe not even that much. Maybe only like 20 or 25 to get where I'm at. Probably, I don't know. I have no clue. Probably 25. We got one left. Oh, there it is. Don't want to hit. Want to make sure I'm getting them on the right buff beam. Yeah, we're good. Guess I could have put a set of auras over here too. Don't want them on the wisps though. It's gonna be hard for me to place them without getting them on the wisps, huh? See if that was good. Nope, nope, I'm not on anything now. I will do this. And then they're on the owls. Now I'll put a new buff beam down here. Yeah, right. I think this will likely just hold for the last couple of waves. We'll have to see how it goes here. Like I said, I've already done survival, a couple of Massacre survivals and pure strat runs, so going through and unlocking these maps, I'm very much overgeared for it. One of the reasons I wanted to do it on a live stream and not in recorded videos, that way I could sit here and chat with y'all while it's running, because I'm not exactly doing a whole lot. Just chilling. Just let these guys die off. Wisps are getting some decent range out there. I want what? A Beaming Blossom rune. I mean, I've got to get Golly runes of all the stuff still, but the Beaming Blossom one I want. The Sluggish Aura rune I want. I'll probably do that. I'll make a list of all the maps I need to grind and probably do that on another stream. All right, wave 5. Looks like I lost my owls that were up front here. But it looks like the wisps are handling business. The bells on these maps are driving you crazy. Most of the time I end up playing with the in-game muted and play music. I didn't have my royalty-free playlist queued up though for YouTube, so. Throw y'all stuff at me, mister. Got your master volume at 0.02. That's fair. That's fair. And what do we have here? Strengthen field. Boo! All right. Next up, we have the keep. I don't think I'm ready for the keep yet. I'm going to have to... I don't know how I'm going to kill the boss. Because I don't have a weapon. Let's see what else we need. Still need all these bottom ones, so the keep is holding me up. I'm not going to cheese them. I don't play that way. Not on stream, anyway. Alright, well, I know we gotta need to do foundries and forges still, so let's just go do it real quick. Alright, gonna take forever for this one to run if I turtle it. Actually, with the portals, it may not be too bad. God dang, really? Just drop it right there. Get racked, bads. Yep. 2 million health now. Gonna need an owl for him. I can one-tap goblins only. There will be no other one-tapping here. Alright. I mean, to be honest, that might get it. It's not going to take much with 10k stats. We'll do this. We'll lazy mode it the proper way. I'll grab, what do I have? I've got Apprentice Guardians. That's the problem. The campaign in PoE 2 is just not fun. If the campaign was fun, PoE 2 would be so much of a better game. But the campaign's just not fun. .5 hours and you're still in Act 3. It's not even the time. It's just there's zero fun factor and the story is ass. So, you know, it's not like you're playing through the story and paying attention to the lore and, you know, all the text and everything else that's going on. But that, I mean, for me, that's the main problem. Once I get through to maps and I'm doing the end game, like, the fun factor goes up 1,000 times over. Well, the reason they'll never change it is because there's, you know, 100 speedrunners that are completing the whole thing, and in a matter of hours, and they're absolute shills talking about how wonderful and great the game is the whole time. And, you know, not to bash, but my opinion of Jonathan Rogers has changed substantially over the last 2 years. At first, I thought he was like, you know, the reincarnation coming to save the world. Boy, was I off. And then we learned about the vision. You just can't ever, any product, not even a video game, any product, you know, you're never going to make everybody happy, you know, no matter what you're doing. There's always going to be critics, you know, no one is ever 100% everyone going to love your product that you're trying to create. But you can't go and tell people they're wrong. And that is just a problem. That's a good one. Can't go there yet. Oh! What? Did I just cheese my way past the keep? I mean, it was clearly showing locked, right? I bet if I complete it, it'll still be locked, but it'll have a check mark. Well, let's do it for science, y'all. We'll do it for science. That's what I'm going to call it. You know what? Now that I think about it, I think that is a long-going thing. That's not new. I feel like I remember reporting that to Phil before, like years ago. The shitty part is the temple for the Dune Eater fight is going to be way easier than the keep. We'll have to go back out to Tavern after and look and see if the map is still locked. I normally do it with PDS. I just spam a million plasma defense systems back here and just park on top of it. Is what I would normally do. Out of juice. The problem with this map is copter ogres will get hung up way, way, way out here. Like, they'll be like up there, up above the thing, where nothing is going to reach them except DST with a striking gemstone on it. Or a ranged, you know, ranged, action figure. And why on earth they made it so you couldn't pet the camel makes no sense to me. For God's sakes. I complained to Lalta about that back when it first came out. But Lalta, of course, didn't give a shit about the game. Digs. That's right. Pet the seahorse or pet the donkey, or you can pet all the things in DD1. You know, maybe just doing Foundries and Forges is the unlocker requirement. Maybe they want to make it so that you can skip the keep if you want. I don't know. We'll have to see if that map is unlocked. If it's actually unlocked, it may still be showing locked but have a check mark. If it's actually unlocked, I mean, I have to assume... Well, I mean, you can't really assume. It would show... Well, I didn't go back out the tavern is the thing. If I would have went back out the tavern and looked in advance instead of just clicking on it. What was I missing? Reflect beams. I think that's probably fine. I think a good rune drops on this map. Well, every map has a good rune. It's just going to be a matter of, you know, it's going to be the lower drop chance. Yeah, I'm sure I'll have to run all of them a few times, but I'm going to target specific runes. Oh, whoa, whoa. The hell? He bounced back from over here. That was weird. So I am only a few videos away from being at Dungeon Defenders franchise episode 6000 on YouTube. So there's going to be a very, very large giveaway coming of Dungeon Defenders 1 event items, you know, the DDA juicy stuff, and DD2 head flares, and all kinds of good stuff. Looks like I'm only hitting a few of these, so I better do it down here. Not that it matters. I don't really not really needing the boost anyway. I should have a bunch of stuff. I don't have it yet. They haven't given me the stuff yet, so I don't know what I'm gonna have. But I'll know I'll have something. I've got an event item in DD1, my Juicy Fruit Pet. It's a tower booster pet, a defense rate tower booster, so it's like a Huntress Guardian. That is considered an event item, a special event item. Sorry, Cake. That wasn't my rule. That was Chromatic's rule. All right, what do we got? Well, I mean, it's a good rune, but not the one I'm really looking for. All right, let's head out the tavern. See, in Lost Metropolis is showing open. So, I don't know, man. I mean, let's see what happens when I look at the... Yeah. I don't know. I don't think the keep is required to unlock this by design. I mean, I don't know that. I'm completely guessing. It doesn't list, and that popped open King's Game too. I think King's Game is tied to Foundries and Forges. Because King's Game wasn't available before. Well, or wait a minute, let me see. Or yeah, I haven't completed it yet, so... But it was showing as locked before. Which is kind of good, because I think I can do the Forsaken Temple. I think the keep is going to give me a problem, because you don't need a boss weapon. Or you don't need a weapon to do this. I don't know. I feel kind of dirty about it, though. I ain't gonna lie, 'cause since we don't know. You still here, Cool Gamer? Yeah, I'm just gonna blossom the boss. I've got fused blossoms. I don't think Cool Gamer's still here. Something doesn't feel right about it, though. Oh, I know, but for the playlist, you know, this stream will be part of the YouTube playlist. I wish I knew if by doing this unlocked this. I wish I would have went back out the tavern and looked. But like I said, that may be by design, because remember, when this stuff came out, there was still the vast majority of the player base couldn't beat the keep yet. So that may have been by design, because they didn't want people to not be able to play the new content. But I don't know that. I'm just guessing. All right, well, it is what it is. We're going. We're continuing onward. Whoa, eardrums. God damn. That needs an adjustment. I didn't need those eardrums anyway. I forgot about that. Hearing is very overrated, huh? So we're going to have this lane. I think what I do... Let's gather up some mana here. I didn't need those eardrums anyway. Why are you all not dropping mana? Here's a little tickle. They got smoked. I got smoked too. Am I going to clear the wave? We'll find out. Rip mana. I think Wisps may have been better off on this one as the start. Screw it. I'm putting them back here. Alright, sadly I derped all my mana away. Alright, that should make a pretty big difference. Yeah, we'll see what it is. I'm curious as to what it would be. That's where that pack came from. It was directly from DD1. I got 2 of them in DD1. I love those dice pets. You can't be a craps dealer for 20 years in a casino and not like dice, you know? It's against the rules. I farmed the living shit out of them. I didn't get anything crazy. I got a couple of decent ones, Koala, but I didn't get anything really incredible. Nothing to make me write home and tell Mom about, you know? Looks like we lost or did I run out of... I can't remember if I ran out of mana or if we lost a wisp there. Oof. Rip mana collecting. I'm definitely going to try to farm up a better Baby Demon Lord. That map, I like the map. I wish it offered more rewards for other things. It's just such an iconic map from way back in the day, you know? Oof. Oh, this is the last wave already, huh? I don't even have the map built yet. Oops. All this dying doesn't help. Yeah, I think that's probably good enough. Went through these maps quicker than I expected here. You know, obviously I'm not done with them all yet, but they're all burning off quicker than I expected them to. I thought this was going to take me all day. Some of them run faster, some of them run slower. Gotta remember where I'm at too. Just doing Massacre campaign is like the equivalent of like doing Chaos 11 or Chaos 10 or whatever. So when you think about going through and doing Chaos 10 expeditions, you're gonna get those done really quick, you know? In a lot of cases, you end up clearing some of those maps in 6-8 minutes. Seems like these have averaged about 10 minutes, but, you know, obviously I'm not trying to speed run them either, so I'm not really paying attention to the clock. All right. What do we have? Man, I'm just not getting any of the runes that I'm really hoping for. And I haven't even looked at where they drop yet, so... Bummer. All right. Let's head back out. I'm going to go grab a quick coffee real quick and take a leak. Use the little boys' room. Need to lock all these so I don't accidentally sell them off. That was the first one I got, so that should be all of them. And the rest of the stuff. Nope, that was only 4 items. Alright, so yeah, anyway, give me just a moment, y'all. I'm going to go grab another coffee and use the little boys' room here, and I'll be right back, and we'll get the rest of these knocked out. I got a plan for the keep. I just am going to need to farm a weapon real quick first. But anyway, give me just a moment, y'all. I'll be right back. Right, sorry about that, y'all. Alright, so what do we got left here? We got the Keep, Forsaken Temple, King's Game, and the Castle Armory. Let's do Castle Armory and King's Game next. We'll save the best for last. Oh, you know what? I wanted to grab to make the wave ones. Oh no! I accidentally sold my dragons. Ah. Bummer. That's the only DPS pet I got at all. God, that sucks. I was going to grab my dragons. These guys do anything? They got some pews. Long range. That's unupgraded. That's pretty good. I mean, it's not terrible. Shit, man. If I get one more, you think I could kill the Lichen King with those? I don't know. I was just trying to think of a way to make the wave ones a little bit easier. Let's just get it. So we got Castle Armory. They got crazy range, huh? Not a ton of DU on this one. The map of the week is pretty huge. You know, for in the current state of the game for progression, it's a big, big deal. The dice won't be back for 7 weeks. Or, well, 7 weeks from the time of it running. So 6 more weeks. But I think people like that so much that they'll do other things like that. I mean, people really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed that. I farmed the living shit out of those dice. In fact, as much as I farmed those damn dice, you think I would have got something decent. What the hell, man? Why did I not get any good ones? I got a bunch of Supreme ones, but they were all just trash. God, I can't believe I sold my dragons. I mean, none of them were crazy good anyway. But it does kind of suck that I sold them off. Can't put it that close. Tough to get it targeted. That'll work. Oh, it was a definite skill issue there, Cake. Zero doubts. Empowering ring. I think I've already got that one. Oh, you know what? I think it's a lower quality version. That's the first godly one I've seen. That's a quick running map. Jeez. All right, and then off to the King's Game. And then all we have is boss maps. Well, I need to do that one too, but I don't even care about that one. And I've already got it unlocked where I can go in and do it, so that's not really a big deal. All right, King's Game, here we come. Wish there was an inventory pop-up. No, just that map is big. It takes a long time to run, and it doesn't have any loot that I particularly must have. We are going to take advantage of some wall hacks on this one with the wisps, I believe. Let's find the center of the map. Looks like right here, just like in DD1. This is an awesome map. I absolutely love this map. All right, we're going to build all of our wisps right here for the whole map and then sit here and tower boost all of them. Gotta love them wispy wall hacks. And this is about 10 million levels of overkill that I definitely did not need. But this should absolutely just obliterate this map. And I've got some mana regen on one of my... I got 5 mana per second on one of my accessories on my monk. So I'll just be able to boost even when... I'll be able to tower boost when the boost isn't even gone yet. I've got 3 of 8 overdrive on them. So I don't have the good one on there yet, but I do have one. That's probably what I should go after for my first godly rune. I've only got 2 runes right now. They're both 3 of 8. I've got overdrive and flaming owls, and that's the only runes I've got, or only runes I'm using. I purposely ignored all the runes to save the gold. The Owl Godly rune is a pretty big deal. It adds a dot that ticks for a third of the damage dealt every second for 4 seconds. So it's like basically 120% additional damage for the most part. Strat was getting all of them. Pretty solid strat. Took around forever. Well, I mean, I'll get all of them eventually, but I'm just not going to get lower quality ones. The overdrive and the flaming owls was the only ones that I felt were worth spending on. You know, spending 150 billion or whatever, or 150 million when you've only got 153 million is a pretty tough decision to make, you know? I thought about for this playthrough just taking a loan from my main, because, I mean, I could easily slip 100 trillion over from my main, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to pick and choose the runes. I used to have pages of them, of godly runes. Like I probably had 5 or 6 sets of every godly rune on my main account. But I gave them all away. I actually gave them all away on stream. I was giving away entire sets of runes to people. What do we got here? Somebody don't want to come die. Oh, it's a spider. It's a spider that's upstairs, isn't it? Is it downstairs or is it upstairs? I think it's upstairs. Stupid spider. No, I'm at the wrong spot, huh? I guess it is. Oh, no, it's over there. God dang it. Or no, it's not here. Oh, it's there. I see you. Sneaky little spider. Hopefully we don't have too many of those getting caught up. Oh! Needs more reflect beams, you say? I saw that one sneaking right on in off the side, too. Splatted me right in the face. Okay, fine. We'll give you another reflect beam then. Well, see, the thing is the Siren Rune is just a quality of life thing. It's not needed at all. I'm actually going to purposely not use the Siren Rune on this playthrough just because I've had so many people tell me they can't win maps because they don't have the Siren Rune. And I tell them, well, you know, there's this thing, reflect beams. So I'm oh no, I'm screwed. I'm gonna have to wait for that stupid spider to time out. God dang it, man. Well, this is gonna take a month. It might be quicker to just rerun the map. We'll see. Oh, I've had a lot of people that came back to the game that I was helping out, and they were multiples telling me they couldn't beat maps because they didn't have the Siren Rune. It's like, dude, the Siren Rune does nothing other than give you some quality of life. I'm actually only going to use runes that I feel that really benefit the build. There's going to be a lot of runeless defenses on this one. Yeah, it's a big quality of life, there's no doubt. It allows you to be exceptionally lazy, but it's not even remotely required. I mean, a Siren's 4DU, 4DU or the reflect beams is going to protect damn near anything, you know? Oh no. Is it going to time out? Yay! It timed out. Alright, let me just do the right thing. I don't need one over here. That's just too much. I don't feel like I need to bother repairing or upgrading this stuff either, but I guess I'll do it anyway. Alright. So reassume the position with, this time with less death. Had to crack a window open. It was cold this morning. It was hotter than shit a couple of days ago. Then we had a bunch of storms roll in. It got really cold, and now it's getting hot. Maybe I can just... I'm going to crack a window open. Give me just a minute, y'all. I'll be right back here. I'm just going to leave this running here. We don't have centralized air conditioners, so we got the little portable air conditioner units, and we don't have them set up yet because it hasn't been hot enough. And my little room here where I play just gets hotter than shit. Yeah, I saw your comment about that. That's pretty crazy. YouTube, a video I posted yesterday, YouTube, like part of the way through for a short period of time, translated it to Arabic and started speaking in, it was the Arabic subtitles? Oh, it was a dubbed voice. That's really weird. I thought you meant it was subtitles. That's crazy. I didn't even know YouTube did any sort of like dubbing translation. I thought they only did subtitles. All right. Stupid spider yet again. Same spot? No, different spot. Jump on over here, spider. Go ahead. Give it a little jump. Hitting for 13,000 is not gonna exactly put any major dents in that spider. There we go. All right, what do we got? Pet Master. Well, that's a good one. Get my pets kicking off on the summoner. We will take that for sure. Let me lock that bad boy. Just run the King's game, Zomboss. Easy mode. You'll have it in first try. Cool Gamer mentioned earlier he did go and change all of the descriptions. So now if you go to runes and there's a rune you're looking for, like say, for example, the Lightning Strikes rune, this is now the correct location for it. It shows the correct location of the highest drop chance for that rune. You know, if I wanted Sluggish Aura, that one would be King's Game. There's actually one that I do want, the heal one. Mystical Repair is Lava Mines. So yeah, you can look there, and that's showing all accurate information. All right, so we've only got, oh, why did the King's Game not unlock? That's weird. Let me see if it unlocked for like mixed mode or pure strat. Nope. It's definitely something a little wonky with the unlocks. But all right, here we go. I'll go through my stats real quick. But this will be our first Forsaken Temple Dune Eater attempt. Taking a look at all my heroes. We've got a Waller. Thanks for subscribing there, Battlefrog. A Waller at 10-9. We got our Guardian for our Owls at 10-2. Our EV bringing up the rear at 8-7. We got a Monk that's kind of split now since I'm using electric RS. We got 83 and 89. Maybe, I don't know. You shouldn't have to. It should just be tied to the campaign map. But, I mean, something buggy could be with it. On my Warden here, we've got Wisps and Beaming Blossoms fused at 10k. And then my Summoner I'm not really using at the moment. But let's do it. Should I put my points in? I don't have that many. That's not enough to make a difference, but I guess I'll just do it anyway. All right. So here we go. First attempt at the Dune Eater. This will unlock pure strategy Dune Eater difficulty, which of course will allow me to put in pure strategy Dune Eater difficulty attempts. I'm going to hold off. Hold off on the reflex. DDA has gotten a ton of updates. It's actually the second most updated Dungeon Defenders game. DD1 gets the most updates, and DDA gets the second most. Only on PC, though. So if you're a console player, updates are not rolling out there. All right. It's going to get me through wave 1. We'll find out. This is going to be a hurry up and wait map. For this series, yeah, pretty much. Owls and Wisps. Shit. Let me eat that. I had to eat that or those owls would have gotten destroyed. I've got owls set to fodder and wisps set to strong. And I've been basically using owls and wisps for this entire playthrough. We're going to throw some Beaming Blossoms in the mix on this map. But this will be my first map using Beaming Blossoms. That kind of sucked, having to eat that kobold like that, but, I mean, it is what it is. Sadly, that was all of my mana gone. Luckily, I got a decent little amount for that wave. So yeah, anyway, we got owls set to fodder and wisps. Wisps are actually set to air right now. But for the majority of the playthrough, I've had them on strong. Moose had to eat one too, it looks like. Shoot, I didn't get swapped over in time. That's alright. I got 30 DU left. Ooh. Don't die now. Don't die. Oh, shoot. I forgot to turn hardcore off. That's alright. Maybe we'll get some loot. How much range on the monk? I think like 8K? Let me see. 89. But, I mean, the difference between 6,000 and 8,000 is really nothing. Range has big diminishing returns on it. Alright, that leaves me 20. We got to get our boss killers in. We're going to have to sell something. No, I'm not. All right, there we go. That is the build. And we want to dump all our mana into these blossoms. Because the mobs will just one-tap them. They're not completely useless, but they're not super effective. When you get into any of the higher end content in DD2, walls, no matter how decked out you have them, will just get one shot. So, like, if you need a situation where to, like, buy you in 1 second or whatever, then yeah, they're good for that, but they're not going to sit there and tank anything. They're just going to get beat down. Yeah, you can throw like some flax in to buy you a little time. But the thing is, if you throw the flax in, then you don't need the walls anyway. You know? If you have to use flax to keep the enemy off your walls because they're going to one-tap them, then you just don't need the walls, is the thing. I'm going to have to get me another one of these little, I need to get a better one. Maybe get a fused one. The Animus, that's a kind of a cool shot. It's like a DST shot. Well, C11 is nowhere near the difficulty of Elemental Rumble. I mean, C10 you use walls, but you also have to have completely decked walls if you're going to use them. But that's nowhere near Elemental Rumble difficulty. Elemental Rumble is way, way higher difficulty than that. Like, Elemental Rumble is floor 945 difficulty. Chaos 10 is like floor 680 or something like that. But yeah, hard Elemental Rumble is harder than floor 945, but not as hard as floor 946. It's in between 945 and 946. Alright, we are going to go on the Monk. And I think I might even just get rid of 1,000 power and range, because I don't really need that. And go with this guy. Just to get a little bit more health. Well, it's just the way the game is. The mode was released before Chaos 11 came out. They can't give you better gear to do the same content. That would have... You gotta remember, DD2 is about collecting the things. It's not about difficulty. If you want to try to push up higher and see bigger numbers and stuff like that, then things like Onslaught are available to you, but you're not going to get higher gear to do it. It's kind of like doing survival, endless mode survival in DDA here. Like, if you want something that's a harder challenge, it's there and available to you, but it's not going to drop any better gear than what you get at just at wave 25, even if you're at wave 2000, you know? Just kind of the nature of the beast. All right. Please work. I've never done this with Lobby Blossoms. Now, granted, this is just campaign, but it's still Dune Eater campaign, you know? This will be way easy to do on, like, pure strat, and survival will be tough, but pure strat will be pretty easy mode. Yeah, PDS is what most people use. Transmog duck. I got a duck, y'all. I got a duck. Alright, so normally what I do is I'll tower boost at like 3 seconds left. And then get out of the way. Let's see if that works out. Here comes Mr. Dune Eater. At least it didn't bleed your ears out on this one with the cutscene. Ooh, I'm not doing very much damage. My blossoms aren't. It's because I don't have the rune. What the hell? What am I even thinking? Why did I not go get the rune first? Shit. This is going to be... This is probably not going to work out. I don't know if it's going to be able to kill him before those statues get over there. Hopefully it does. If I would have put more blossoms, maybe. I mean, the right answer is I needed to get the rune. I don't know why I did it without getting the rune. That just is silly. Alright, there's a wisp on the statue guy. Oh, it looks like that one died. Maybe it might work. This guy's getting close. Oh, he died too. Go, go, blossoms, go. There's a beam on the blossoms. There's just no rune on it. That's a tremendous amount of damage. The Beaming Blossom rune really makes the Beaming Blossom. I think we're going to be fine, though. In fact, I think I probably could have done it with lower stats. But not having the rune, that stings. Ba-bam! Dune Eater difficulty unlocked. Well, not yet. I still got to do it on survival and pure strat and everything. Detonate. I can't remember what the projectile looks like on that one. Oh, it's that lob projectile. That's right. That's awful. I mean, I'll save it just because that's the first boss weapon I've found. All right. Now what are we going to do on the keep? I'm going to have to go get some items before I can do the keep, I think. But there is the Forsaken Temple, Massacre Hardcore Ripted, first kill. It wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad at all. But the important thing now is I can go into pure strategy, complete that map, and then that unlocks Dune Eater difficulty for me on pure strat. But I still got to get the keep done on the campaign. But I'm going to need a weapon. Or the bowling ball rune. Where's the bowling ball rune drop? The throne room. All right. Well, got to go do the throne room. That is actually convenient because that also drops the weapon I want. But let's go try to get this bowling ball rune. And then if we get the weapon, we get the weapon. But we can try the keep after we get... Well, I'm not going to have enough mana to unlock it. Or enough gold to unlock it. Well, let's just go do the throne room. And get the rune. And maybe we'll get lucky and get the weapon too. That's weird that the bonus... Or it's because it's campaign. Derp. No bonus difficulty on campaign. See, these are going to get thrown at like crazy, aren't they? All right, let's see if that'll get me through a wave. Grab all this up first. Yeah, I guess that wasn't that much. Where do we want to put wisps? Guess we can put them in the back here. Little shy of a buff beam. There's a little bit more mana land. Ooh, just in time. What's going on there, Bob? How you doing? No, DDA is like DD1. It's a retail game. It's not a free-to-play game. So you have to buy the game to play it, which also means there's no microtransactions. I mean, there's DLC, but it's fully cosmetic. Nothing that affects gameplay or inventory or anything like that. All right, then let's go with some over here as well. I think what I do is I unequip this Guardian Summoner, or this Guardian, Apprentice Guardian, and just go with a giraffe for the stat stick, and then I try to DPS the boss on this guy. You got their Berserker Aura. Let's do that. Let's unequip the Guardian. We'll go with that instead, and that gives me a bunch of health and a bunch more stat. And I don't think we need to build anything else. I mean, auras, I guess, might be good. Your 3 trillion went to your 3 runes. Well, it's what? It's 250 billion per rune? Is that right? Times 3, that's 750. I don't know where the rest could have gone. Oh, and you were completely 0 gold. That's got to be some kind of a bug. I mean, it's, you know, it's never going to be the exact 0 number. All right, boss wave. I mean, I could do this too, I guess. Give myself like a healing aura. Yeah, it sounds like a job for Cool Gamer to look at there, Zomboss. All right, here we go. Yeah, it's got to be some kind of a multiplayer bug. I mean, there's been other... I saw people talking about other stuff like that. But here we go. Mr. Goblin Mech. This is my first Massacre Goblin Mech kill, too. Oh, he's just getting roasted. I don't even need to fight him. Oh, he's getting hit, too, by my Guardian. Oh, damn. That was a beating, man. Alright, I gotta loot the chest on a squire to get the sword, and then the sword has to be spinning steel. I got the wrong rune. Another pet master rune. But is the sword spinning steel? It is not. It's inspired assault. Which means I gotta run it again. I mean, I gotta run it anyway to get the rune, but... And I get spinning steel on that. God dang, man. What a bummer. Dang it. Well, I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to run it again. That's what you're going to do. It's a Dungeon Defenders game. You are never, ever going to be allowed to do the map once. What did I do over here differently? Oh, I put a buff beam down. I was like, why is the DU not working out? I could do Royal Gardens again. I'm guaranteed to get that another one of those pets because that's the map of the week. That's an option too, instead of trying to farm spinning steel. Gonna have to roll with vitality on it though, or I'm just gonna have to use a giraffe. So I'm way too squishy. Well, it's a multiplayer bug. I mean, don't just sit there and keep doing stuff. Get out of that group and go back to tavern and take a look and see what's up. And then if your shit's not there, then call a cool gamer. You know, don't sit there and try to experiment with it. You're just going to end up you already know there's bug, right? So there's no benefit to... Well, I mean, quit. The cloud is only going to save 10 saves. Stop restarting and forcing more saves and contact Cool Gamer. It's just like DD2 in that aspect. The cloud save, it saves the last 10 saves. So they can roll back to one of those 10 saves. But if you blow through and save 10 times, then the save that you want is gone. So, you know, I mean, you know how to get a hold of him. Just get a hold of him. It's just, you know, it's got to be some kind of multiplayer bug. You know, if you want to risk it, you can always try with someone else being the host. You not being the host, maybe that would affect it. Is this all I did last time? I guess I put R's here too, huh? And then I put a healing R down here that I didn't end up needing. I mean, if all you had was 3 trillion, that's like 2 peanuts and a fuzzball anyway. So that shouldn't be huge. Try it with me being the host on my main account, and I'll try sliding you some. Yeah, it's just very, very little is all, you know. as you get further and further into it, you'll realize that that's just nothing. I never put a buff beam over here. Alright, I think we're good now. Hopefully I get the stupid rune. But like I said, it doesn't even matter because I can't upgrade it anyway. So I think I just need to get to Royal Gardens survival for the map of the week and get another another one of these pets. It's kind of cool that this is like a DST and it targets heaviest or targets high enemies. So one of these pet projectiles is going to be going at the boss. Just tearing him up, too. That's good shit, man. Alright, once again, we'll loot with the sword. We did not get the right rune. Did not get the right set on the sword either. Dang it, man. HP regen. That might come in handy later. I think I want to try it. I want to try something different. I'm not feeling it here, y'all. I'm never going to get that stupid sword. Here's the pet master. You said you needed that one. I got a spare, it looks like. Alright, so instead of that, let's go do the map of the week. I'm going to try to leave those unprotected. I'm going to put this one back a little further for the flyers. How do we want to do this side? Do we want to... Go big on auras? Why not? All right, Cake. Well, have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out. Switch back over to Guardians. Or not Guardians on my summoner. Let's unequip and unequip. This is the only ones I have that are for target. So not ideal, but hopefully this works out. We will see. Well, you used little bombers at first until you said, let's sit here AFK instead. And like what? The perfect group composition. One monk, one apprentice, one summoner with a striking and speedy gemstone, and one summoner with two little bombers. That was like the ultimate group comp, you know? Back in that day, we stacked everything right here, and everybody stood right here. What are we waiting on here? Well, I'm not sure what it was. It's dead now, though. I'll get another Arcanist chest for doing this, too. Maybe I'll get a big fatty. I need to come up with something else. I don't know what to do, though. but I need to figure out an add-on or whatever that lets people spend them on various things or whatever. I'm not really sure. Like I said, I'm not sure what to do. In the last 2 years, oh, there's a truckload of new stuff in the last year, Pro Ace. Builder pets, builder weapons, DPS armor sets, new pets. There's lots of new things to go in and get. All 4 Arcanist pieces. So you can fuse everything on one hero. There's fused accessories now that fuse defenses where you don't need the armor set. Yeah, a ton of pets. More pets coming too. That's all in the last 9 months or so. I don't know exactly when did Cool Gamer start? I don't remember exactly when it was he started, but it's like within the last year all that stuff came. Man, I need to do a lot of rune collecting still. Hawaiian with the sub. Thank you so much. Long time no see. How have things been? All right, here we go. Have vitality, please. It's got vitality. That's what I asked for. Been busy? That's good. Nothing wrong with that. Let's see. We should have an Arcanist piece too, right? Oh, there it is. Power, range, and rate. Sadly, it's got fort and rate on it as passives, but that may end up being an upgrade. Yeah, maybe not. Last played October 2023, so there is an enormous amount of new stuff. Pro Ace. Let's just save that. We can probably scrap that. I'm using a fused piece there, so I don't want to use that. Alright, well, I at least got another pet, so let's take a look at the summoner now. Oops, I wanted to return to Tavern. Let's get rid of those. Actually, put that there. All right. Now, what were we doing? Pets. That one and that one. We need to upgrade one of them. They're not fused. How much vitality? That gives me 221. Man, I don't know if I'm going to be able to beat the Lichen King with that. Figure he's going to be fused. Or he's going to be ripted. Let's try it. We'll try DPS Summoner here with 2 Map of the Week. Kind of meh pets, but it's the best thing I have. So once again, I'll run through the stats and show everybody since this is the first attempt on that map. This is my Waller. These are my owls, and the owls are fused. These are my buff beams. There's my auras. My ensnare aura and electric aura are fused. And then here is my wisps. Wisps and beaming blossoms are fused. And then I'm going to try to DPS on the summoner. And I think I'm going to take all these points out of power and put them into vitality for this. Just hoping I can stay alive for a couple of seconds. That takes me up to 350,000. All right, let's give it a whirl. First attempt on Massacre Hardcore Rifted Campaign, The Keep. Which this should be, in theory, this should be pretty easy. All right. I don't know how much mana we start off with, so I don't know if I want to start with wisps or with owls. Well, let's find out. 1,000. That's pretty generous, so I think we can do a little bit of everything. So let's go. Let's just go 3 owls there. This will be a little sketchy here. let's just go with 2. Make sure those are set on air. Let's put these on strong, and we'll put these on air. Which also means I'm going to need to build some over here too. Out of juice. Also go with an ensnare and an electric. Good like that. Hurting for time here. We still need to build the center. I think I better get going on that. And out of juice. Can at least get reflect beams in over here, probably. One of my owls got wrecked. All right, we got that all good. We don't have any wisps over here. I'm not really sure where I'd want them. Maybe we can hide them behind the core. go something like that. And then let's just throw in a snare right here to slow stuff up a little. All right. I mean, only one more DU left. I mean, like I said, in theory, this should be really easy. I've got way high enough stats for it. Even without having a proper DPS hero, you know? We'll spend our last DU over here on a reflect beam. The key here is you see the bottom point of the core. That is where enemies aim at. So like here you can get away with using 1 DU because the bottom point is covered. And then if you look over here, the bottom point is covered. People that are fully decked out have their fort at around 26 to 28,000 is would be max. I don't know what the actual max number is. It's probably 28K. As far as your fort stat. I mean, it'll take some serious grind to get there. The good news is fort pieces are garbage. So all those trash pieces that you find that are really high roll, that don't work on anything else, you can use them as long as they got double fort, you know? So all your pieces for your defenses that you wish didn't have fort on them, those will all be there for you. All right, so, I mean, we're in wave 5. Jeez. I mean, like I said, in theory, this should be super easy. But theories go a lot differently in your head than in reality. All right, here we go. I wish I had some mana regen on the summoner. That would make life a little easier, but... Donkey in a jar transmog. Now, are the pets going to break his shield? That's the thing. If the pets don't break his shield, then I won't have any way of completing it. Mr. Lichen King. Looks like his animation was muted as well. Which muted is better than blazing out your eardrums. Shit, they're not shooting at it. Nope. It's a wash. They're not targeting it. I can hit him incidentally. Like if they're shooting at something else and it runs into him, it will still hit him. That's how you kill him with the bowling balls. Which is not the ideal way. Oh, did we get a trap triggered? No, we didn't. Or did we? Was that enough? No. Okay, I was gonna say. So yeah, anything... Yeah, here we go, here we go. When he's roaring, it looks like he's good. Woo! I'm dead. Can it burn him? Can it burn him? Yeah, boy. Suck it. That wasn't bugged. That was the normal experience. That's what I've done literally every time I've ever killed him. I mean, obviously not with dying and with a spinning steel squire, what I wanted to do. Yeah, I've never had that issue. There's exploding wisps. I mean, we'll want that one, but we're going to need the gold, of course. Oh, shoot. Why did I loot the box on the stupid summoner? Well, I mean, there's my first really crappy Wolfsbane sniper. But I'll take it. Because now, theoretically, I have a DPS hero. We should have a mask in there, too. Not a very good mask, but maybe not terrible. But anyway, there we go, y'all. First, the keep run. See, I'm used to doing it with damage pets, but I do it with the spinning steel squire, so I didn't realize I was going to have to manipulate the pet shots around to actually hit him. But it's just like that when you use bowling balls. The ghost balls, they just bounce all over the map. So, like the ghost balls that are aiming at a trash mob bounce off something and just run into them, and that's how you end up killing them with bowling balls to AFK it out. But yeah, I've actually never detonated the trap. I always set the trap and then just burn him. I've never once actually detonated it. Well, I've detonated it before, but I don't normally do that. Usually I just... Well, I mean, like I said, ideally you have a spinning steel squire, and you just blast his face right off. And then he burns really, really quick. But we now have every map unlocked. Let's go ahead and put these back up. Lock that. I'll just put these back on for... Or actually, we're going to need to do a pure strategy. So I want those 12% versatility pets. Twelve percent, 12%. Yeah, I don't really want that. I mean, I guess I'll save a couple of these things for the moment. That for the HP regen, I'll save. Let me just dump a bunch of this stuff off to free up the space. We're going to need those. We'll need those. Well, I'm not going to use this now. We'll drop all these runes. All right, I think that's pretty good. So, to be able to do pure strategy on Dune Eater difficulty, we need to run the Forsaken Temple on pure strategy. But now having everything unlocked, that's just a massive, massive milestone. Because now I can, in theory, assuming I can beat him, that is, I can do any of the maps on Dune Eater strategy, or on Dune Eater difficulty, and get the best potential loot. But we need to beat this first, which shouldn't be that difficult. Arcane Library is the best one. Endless Spires is really good. Yeah, no boss in pure strat is what gets it, you know? It is. It really is. It's the easiest way to bust into the game, you know? To break into late game. I mean, I like, don't get me wrong, I like all of the changes that they've made. But one thing they have done is they've completely made fusion gear, as far as armor pieces, completely obsolete. Like, there is no reason to collect them anymore. You know? Why would you? When you can do pure strategy, get fused accessories, and then it's one piece that you need. And it's not going to, even if it's a piece of crap, it's not going to make or break your build. Because it's only one item, you know? I mean, I see, that's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. You know, like people that are just popping into the game now and starting to play it, you know, from their perspective, it's, you know, it's going to be easier for them to get into end game. But what's going to happen is the reason everybody quit playing to begin with back in the day is they ran out of stuff to farm. There was nothing else that they wanted to do. So if you can get to that point even quicker, you know, I wonder what the long-term effects will be like. And like I said, don't get me wrong, I'm happy with all the changes that they have made. But it's definitely very, very, very much way, way easier now to get into the very end game. Yeah. Like look up, there's a video on my channel, Homicidal, that's like understanding Arcanist gear or something like that it's called. Look that video up. You'll be like, whoa. But you don't use any fusion gear anymore. You use 3 Arcanist pieces and 1 non-fused piece of armor. Alright, I don't think these 2 owls are going to hold this lane. Hmm. Not enough juice for that. Well, it didn't, though. Because it didn't make more people come and try the game. There's like practically no one that plays. It's under 100 average players all the time. The problem is the way it started off, and this you can blame on one person. I'm not going to name the person or point any fingers, but they got the crazy idea right with the very first update to brick everyone's armor sets and move slots around. That was the dumbest shit ever, because they instantly limited the amount of people that were willing to come back and take a look at the game to a very, very, very small number. I don't know what to do here. I'm worried. I guess I'll just throw another owl in and pray. The game not only needs to attract new players, it needs to bring the old players back. And it didn't really bring the old players back, is the thing. It brought some of them back. It brought me back. But it didn't bring all of them back, or a large portion of them back. In fact, it brought back far fewer people. Crap, man. Saw that coming. It's always spicy pequeño jalapeno. Yeah, it's over. Well, actually, they're copter ogres. We're going to have to wait for the copter ogres to time out. That's kind of a big bummer. I guess if there's mana laying around, or I can't even build anything, huh? Can I build? No, I can't build during the combat phase. Gonna have to just wait for those guys to time out. Maybe that shark. I shouldn't have put the R's down yet. I should have went with reflect beams instead. But it's going to take these R's a month and a half to kill these ogres. 60k a pop, and they got 20 million health left. I mean, can't lose because copter ogres can't damage the core. But oof. Oh, good lord. I might go get another coffee. Yeah, they're going. We'll get them here in a sec. Yeah, I'm actually... I'm toning it way down on the coffee because of my kidney problems. But I was drinking a pretty unhealthy amount of caffeine every day. Like up around the... probably close to the 2,000 milligrams of caffeine a day mark. I always get water too. When I say I'm going and grabbing a cup of coffee, I get a cup of coffee and a pint glass of water. I got a Detroit Lions pint glass that sits here on my desk. So yeah, there will be water too. But gots to have the caffeine, man. Gots to have it. But also drinking a cup of coffee and a pint glass of water is also why I have to go pee all the time. That and being 50. All right. Let's get this other side protected too. Oh, it's already protected. So I did it the side that didn't need it, and I didn't do it on the side that did need it. Smooth, smooth stuff. All right. Well, I guess we get started on our wisps. We can put blossoms in too, if we want. But I figure at 3DU, the wisps are just kind of a no-brainer. Pure strat sucks on this map, not being able to boost to run around the map. Yeah, new difficulty would be huge, homicidal. I mean, it's a lot of work. You know, it's a lot easier said than done. Because it's not like you just apply multiplier to all mobs. You know, you gotta go map by map. Any new mobs you add in, any new gear, you gotta balance it all. Make sure you didn't get to a point with, you know what I can do? No, just this one. I'm doing this one. That way I can do pure strat Doonator difficulty, and then that will allow me to pretty much completely deck out. What do we got left? We got 17 left, and I still need reflect beams. So, what do we do? Shit, out of mana. Now, like I said, watch the video. There's just Google or search in YouTube DDA Arcanist gear, and it'll be the first video that pops up. It'll be something like confused about Arcanist gear, start here, or something like that as the thumbnail. You can use all 4 pieces. You don't want to use all 4 pieces because you want to get a set bonus in. Because remember, Arcanist gear completes set bonuses. So you use... That video explains everything for you. But basically, you use 3 of the 4 Arcanist pieces. You pick the slots. And then in your off slot, you use a non-fused piece of gear that gives the 40% stat increase bonus. And in the Arcanist gear completes that set. And you get 40% increased stats. Like, for example, I would just use, like, say I had an Arcanist head and Arcanist gloves and Arcanist boots, and then I would use this non-fused chest piece, and you see up top, primitive power of the set bonus increases the armor and attributes of all equipped set pieces by 40%. So you get that bonus completed too. All right, what did we have? We have 11. That leaves me 5. I hate the way I got those wisps out here so far. We'll just leave that one at 2 just to use up the DU. All right, now we're just spamming upgrades. Well, yeah, Supreme is the quality, not the gear type. I don't have Supreme gear yet. But yeah, if that was a Supreme piece of gear instead of a godly piece of gear, that's what you would use. You know, you would use a Supreme piece with 540 upgrades or whatever on it. That was just for example's sake. But yeah, Supreme is quality, not type. No one's using Fuse Supreme besides people who are not min-maxed. A lot of people are still using Fuse Supreme because when they stopped playing the game before, they had 1,000 pieces of Fuse Supreme gear sitting in their vault. So you can still use it, but that's not how you min-max. By using a fused piece instead of a non-fused piece, you instantly lose 10% of your stats. Because fused armor sets are only 30% bonus stats, where non-fused pieces are 40% bonus stats. So you instantly lose 10% of your overall stats. But when you're talking about getting up to 27,000, 26,000 or whatever, 10% of that is a pretty big number, you know? It's losing 2,000 of your main stat. Like I said, anyone who's unsure about how to do it, I explained everything in that video. Confused about Arcanist gear. No, they're all independent. So pure strat won't unlock anything for survival. All independent of each other. It would be cool if they did. But they don't. It'd be cool as hell if they did. Alright, y'all, I'm gonna let this wave run here and go grab a coffee and use the bathroom again. So give me just a moment here. I'll be right back. Oh, you know what? I'll give you guys the overhead view. Let me jump in the lake. There we go. Be right back, y'all. All right, sorry. You think it'd be cool to see the other game modes going above Wave 25? It would be, but at the same time, it would completely ruin the game as well. Right now, the reason 25% of the overall player base left the game before is because they didn't want to play a game that you just let run overnight while you weren't at your computer. And that drove away a large percentage of players. Now, of course, the players that like that sort of thing are still playing the game right now. But you see how low the number of people that is, you know? You don't want to turn the game... it's a game of collecting rare loot. It's not an idle game, like a idle incremental game that you just let run. But that's what it's turned into. It's just so effective to just let the game run overnight in survival while you're... while you're sleeping. So if that was like that for all game modes, it would be fun for a minute, but it would also completely ruin the game. The convenience of it is nice, particularly for people that have like an idle laptop sitting around or whatever, or like to set things up to see how long they'll run while they're sleeping. But that's just a very limited amount of people, you know? Now, granted, it's a large portion of the current player base, but the current player base is not going to keep the game alive. It needs more players. You know, no game with under 100 average players is going to make it long term. Got to get more players in. There's nothing that's changed about loot filters, but yeah, I just did a video on loot filters not too long ago. Loot filters are all the same old stuff. But there's a video from, I'm pretty sure it's from 2026, that has loot filters. If I end up streaming DDA more, I'll go through and set up commands for all that stuff, so y'all can just type a command in chat and be able to see where the video is. But I don't have all that set up because since I'm not really streaming at a time. This one kind of runs a little slow. Well, I'm also turtling it too. That's not helping things. Once we get the mana, actually it's probably going to take the whole map to get this upgraded. But we'll also, by completing this, assuming I can complete it, we'll get a fused accessory for slot 5, which means I'll be able to get my apprentice leveled up and get some DSTs going. is going to take a while to get this one completed. Holy crap. My apprentice is level 0. Gonna have to throw the old apprentice in once I start getting some other characters leveled up. My huntress too. Apprentice, huntress are both completely unleveled. I made him. Just haven't played him at all. Actually, I probably won't even need him, to be honest. So, like, farming this accessory is possibly pointless. You know, I'm not going to go through and grind every character to max and all that stuff like I would do on my main account for this playthrough. My end goal is to beat every map on Dune Eater difficulty. If I can beat every map on Dune Eater difficulty, then this series is done. No need to unlock a gold pet. This is showing people how to play the end game. It's not showing them how to grind mindlessly for forever, you know? I've got all the gold pets on my main account already. I have no need to get them on an alt account. But people were saying that they couldn't use any of my old strategy videos to break into the end game in DDA, and a lot of people asked me to do this series. That's why I'm doing it. And I'm using the same strategies that they said don't work. But that's another conversation altogether. What I need to do now is finish up getting what runes I need, and then go to, I don't know where I'll grind, probably Arcane Library. Oh, Dune Eater gets rough. I mean, every time a Djinn buffs a mage, if you don't have reflect beams absolutely hugging your core, you're going to lose that map. And that's where sirens hurt, particularly with godly runes, because their bubbles are so big. But Cobalt that's buffed by a Djinn one-shots cores. A mage that's buffed by a Djinn one-shots cores. In addition, both of them are not CCable. And the Kobold, in that one's case, it's got super speed too. So, I mean, you gotta kill them before they get there, you know, or have something blocking. The ogres make it through. Well, I mean, that's something you'll overcome too as you fine tune your gear. You know, there's so much power creep in the game now that, you know, you just, like the first time we all did this map, we did it with like 11k main stat. I'm talking survival, not pure strategy. You know, the first time people did the keep, they were doing it with 10k main stat. And now you have the capability of getting to 20,000 plus. You know, you did get nerfed. You lost some power off of the buff beam rune, and you lost power off of the spiders and the debuff that the spiders gave. But in exchange of that, you got a massive amount of potential power gain that you can get to. I mean, it was completely unrealistic to think you could go to 20k before. And now 20k for an end game player is considered low. I don't remember off the top of my head, Pro Ace. I don't remember what buffs they are. Take it easy there, Zomboss. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. I'm going to complete this one and then call it a day. There's a lot of maps I'm not going to be able to do, you know, on Dune Eater difficulty. But this is definitely a real healthy start. I may end up finding some loot here on this run, too. I mean, it's too early now to find anything, but there may end up being something good. Could end up getting some fatty upgrades here. All Transcendence still now. I'm assuming by Wave 20 there will be a lot of godly loot and the potential for a Supreme. I should have done something a little bit more spawn campy. I was hoping the rip portals were going to pay off a little bit more. Grab that pile too before I hit G. I'm kind of curious how far I'd make it on, like, mixed mode or whatever. Probably not very far. What up, SciTech? How you doing, man? Finally relaxing, busy day. Well, that's good. Relaxing is a good thing. I went through and knocked out all of the campaign maps unlocked, and now I'm getting Dune Eater difficulty unlocked for pure strategy mode. That way I can start farming up some good high-end goodies. I'm still bummed about the Punisher side tech. I didn't read anything or look at any of the reviews or anything in advance because I didn't want to spoil the movie, you know. Crazy though. "45 minutes. They're advertising it at 52 minutes, but like 7 or 8 minutes of that was SciTech with the subs. Thank you so much. Like 7 or 8 minutes of that was credits rolling. I do appreciate it, man. Hit G by instinct as I was running over to collect the mana and watch it disappear. We'll actually get 2 fused accessories for running this. We'll get one at wave 15. And then another at wave 25. We might end up getting everything upgraded. Let a few mobs die off here first. Yeah, we will get our very first slot 5 fuse defense here at the end of this wave, which is kind of nice. Alright, everything but the root is upgraded over here. Not sure I needed 6 wisps over here. That might be a little much. Alright, let's check it out. So there we go. Wow, world with power too. That's a good first one. So that fuses defense slot 5. Thanks again there, SciTech. I do appreciate it. Little hype train emote. Nothing else incredible here. But that right there is good stuff. And to roll with power on it and all 4 stats, I mean, that's just pretty lucky first drop. See, everything over here was already done. Well, not the auras, but... Need to start seeing some godly gear on the ground. There's one godly piece. Probably offhand, though. Everything here is max too. It's all still junk right now, but hopefully something decent by the end. It's just now starting to drop godly stuff. Well, I mean RNG. RNG is RNG. I'm playing this is the highest difficulty pure strategy mode that you can play on this map. So, you know, RNG is still going to be a factor. So it might have 400 ups, it might have 500 ups, you know. RNG be RNG and I mean, to get a super high roll supreme piece, you don't get that in one run. You get that in 20 runs, you know? Uh-oh. What do we got going on? What in here? Huh, what was that all about? It wasn't there either. It must have been over there. Oh, for my loot filter. I'm still soaking it up. I've got it set at like 400 or something. Like 400 ups. I'm not quite to a point yet where I'm really fine-tuning the gear. I'm selling off a lot of stuff at the end of runs. Let's see. I don't even know where it is set at right now. 395 I got it at. So only godly gear that it's at least 395. Just so I don't get spammed, you know. And then like the Arcanist pieces and all that are dropping, I'm looking at all of those and picking it. Well, actually, I'm picking all of the Arcanist gear up regardless of quality. I mean, it's all about what you have. When you have to base it off of what you've got equipped. Like if your gear that you've got equipped is all 240 ups, then that's probably a time to bump it up. You know? The thing is, when you, like, even if you find, like, say a piece dropped with really good passive rolls that's 394 upgrades and I don't loot it and it gets sold off, the thing is the actual effectiveness, even though it might technically be an upgrade, what it's actually going to do for the defense is just practically nothing. So like if you have, you know, all 300 upgrade gear, I mean, I wouldn't even worry about going into upgrades until you're at the end of a tier. You know, even like at the end of Nightmare, I was still picking up all Transcendent pieces. And then when I got like to the harder Nightmare maps, at the very end of it, I had it set at, I don't remember what, but I had it set at something. But base it off of what you have, though, for sure. I don't know what caused that core damage. Whatever it was, it's not happening now. Been a bunch of junker gear here so far. Yeah. I mean, just base it, like I said, just base it off of what you got, you know? If you're at a point where you are getting spammed, where you're picking up, say, more than like 30 items per wave, if you're picking up 30 items per wave, then you definitely want to tighten up your loot filter a little. You know, like you see, I'm picking up like 2 or 3 items per wave. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to go back out into Tavern and spend 90 minutes looking through every piece of gear to find something that's a 50 stat point upgrade that doesn't even raise my damage or effectiveness of that defense by like 0.1%, you know? Now, when you get to the super high end, like on my main count, obviously I've got the loot filter set really, really strict. But on the same note, if I looted it, I'm going to look at it, you know, just because I'm at that point where all I can get is super small upgrades. But yeah, just base it off of what you got. What you got and what's happening in your runs. You don't want to spend all day managing inventory. I mean, let's all be honest. Like, 99% of the gear that drops on the ground is going to be garbage, and we're going to just throw it away. You're following Pure Strat on Royal Gardens right now? Nice. Yeah, man, that's going to get you fused up. You're going to get... I don't remember what piece you got. Or you get a brooch this week from Royal Gardens, and then at wave 15 you get a hat. So you end up getting, you get this hat at wave 15, or a fused version of that hat. That right there. That fuses slot 3, and then for winning it, you get the brooch, which fuses slot 2. So in one run, you fuse 2 defenses. The map of the week is big, man. It is a big, big deal for sure. See, now I'm starting to see a bunch more godly gear drop, but it's still not a ton. Let's see, what did I get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I looted 10 pieces ish. Might have been less. And it was mainly all offhands, which tells me my offhands are too low, you know? I'm going to want to check my loot filter for offhands. I never started. I said, screw it. I'm not sure if I will, to be honest, SciTech. I've got a bunch of stuff to play right now. In PoE 2, as much as I hate to say it, at the current state, it's just my least favorite of the current ARPGs I play. I ended up playing DDA last night until midnight or whatever. And then I watched The Punisher. You already heard me crying about it. I mean, they should have at least had him put his suit on at the end and walk out to the end credits with his skull blazing or something. I mean, come on. How did they do that to the Punisher? Oh, Gunn posted up something about Act 3. Yeah, he's been playing with it. He plays with his wife. So he's got a set co-op team for every ARPG launch. which is good because, like, he chooses a character that's going to be stronger end game. She chooses a character that's going to be stronger, a strong early starter. And then she ends up carrying him till Act 3, and he'll end up carrying her till through Act 6 or whatever, you know? Yeah, see, it's all offhands when you look through all the drops. That wave, the only thing that I looted was offhands, so my offhands are definitely too low. I haven't done that one yet. On pure strat. Yeah, I haven't done Lightning King yet. I wanted to do this one since it's the top difficulty, and then now I'll be able to try Dune Eater difficulty pure strat runs after this one. So I probably won't do the keep, to be honest, unless it ends up being a map of the week or whatever. Yeah, I mean, you know, I think that's a good rule to follow with any game. If you're not having fun, quit playing it and play a game that you're having fun playing. You know? That's my main deal with PoE 2, is just the campaign is just not fun for me. I think the end game is fun, but getting to the end game, I just don't want to. It's not good enough for me to go through what I think is not fun for a bunch of hours. You know? And I know a lot of people love PoE 2, and I'm sure it's going to be in a great spot in a couple of years down the road, but it's just not there yet. It's very much still a game in development, you know? I wish I knew what did that core damage over there. Gonna work on your expedition tonight, you think? Nice. Well, no, you don't get Arcanist gear from pure strategy. You only get Arcanist gear from survivals and then the map of the week. I haven't done either of the boss maps on survival yet. You don't have to do it on survival to get it on pure strategy. You only have to do it on campaign. So I did it on campaign earlier in the stream here. For the purposes of this particular playthrough, there's no reason for me to do the keep. Other than I'll do it just as like the final milestone. Dune Eater difficulty, the keep. You know, I'll do it on Dune Eater difficulty. But I don't really need to farm all that stuff because you don't need to fuse every defense. You only have to diffuse, you know, fuse the defenses you want fused. So, like, out of my loadout, well, I can go through and show you here after this wave, tell you exactly what I'm going to get fused before this is all said and done. And it won't require getting a bunch of Arcanist pieces, you know? Like on my summoner here, I'll have my spiders fused, and that's it. On my warden, I'll want the roots fused, the wisps, the beaming blossoms, and maybe even the sludge launcher. Maybe. And then on my guardian, all I'll probably fuse is just those owls, and I won't fuse anything else. Maybe the bulwarks, the walls. Maybe fuse those. But going through and fusing everything is not required to complete the content. That's just what you do as like an end game milestone. Because you want to get all the stuff, you know? I'm going to go through and delete all those offhands in a minute in case they're eating up storage space. because we're getting to the point where a bunch of godly gear is starting to drop on the ground. Hopefully I end up seeing my first Supreme piece here. Let's just do that right now. Go to weapons. I am going to keep a good... If I see a good spinning shield, a spinning steel sword, I'll keep that. Or a spinning steel shield, I should say, not sword. Etherean Champion. I'll keep, you know what? I'll keep a couple of Etherean Champion pieces too. There's a good spinning steel with attack rate and attack rate. That's a keeper right there. Some of this stuff just might end up being a stat upgrade. Yeah, you're gonna be able to. You're not gonna struggle like that, like you did before, because you're gonna be able to get way higher stats than what was available to us, like back in the day when the map first came out. Like everything is upgraded now except reflect beams and the roots, which the root I want to upgrade, but I don't have the rune unlocked for it yet. I've got the rune, I just need the gold. Yeah, I don't need to worry about those reflect beams. Actually, that one is upgraded all the way. Double check over here. That one is too. Huh. I think that's it. I mean, 22 waves of me running in a big circle. About damn time, huh? Alright, how's our inventory doing? We're doing good. All reflect beams there, so we're good there. Alright, I think we can just let it roll now. I do want to keep an eye out over there and see what was damaging that core in case something else does. Come over here and park and keep an eye on it. This expedition looks short compared to the other ones, side tech. Weren't previous ones like 5 and 6 different little chapters? This one's only 4? Seems like it's a little bit shorter. A lot of combat on this one too. Well, a lot more than normal. What's up, Soph? Getting my Pure Strat Dune Eater difficulty unlocked here. On, on Pure Strat. Almost there. A couple more waves. Assuming something doesn't get caved in. What are you up to there, Sop? Assuming you're rangering it out in PoE 2. Yeah, it'll be in the playlist compound, and I'll go through and put timestamps too, so you don't have to watch the whole, 4-hour thing. So you can jump forward to different maps or whatever. You lost on wave 1719. I'm going into it with some fused defenses already. So it's, fused Oust, fused Wisp. It's pretty much easy mode. I say that now. Watch me get zerged. Well, mixed mode is technically better, but survival mode is way more AFK. So if you want to just queue it up and let it run for a couple of hours while you're watching a movie or something, survival is going to be the way. Mixed mode, the gear is 12% better. The thing is it's a 12% better ceiling. So technically you could run a survival map and then run a mixed mode map, and your best piece of gear out of those two runs may end up being from the survival. Because RNG is RNG and it hates all of us. Yeah, mixed mode and pure strat are the same. Scalar. So theoretically the highest quality loot you could get is mixed mode Dune Eater difficulty or pure strat Dune Eater difficulty. All right, here we go, wave 25. You have to use, I just use my keyboard software. I use a Razer keyboard, and you can make macros and tie it to a hotkey in the software. But you can also use auto hotkey. Additionally, there's a tool that's approved by Chromatic that's available in their Discord server you can use. And basically it just hits G or holds down G. Or what my software does is it holds down G for 3 seconds every 30 seconds. And then every 13 seconds it hits F. So if I'm overnighting it on a summoner, not only will it auto G, but it will also, if I park it on top of auras or whatever, it will hit F and it will do the flash heal and repair my auras. But I mean, you can do any of those. It's all Chromatic approved. Well, it used to be only hitting G, but now I guess they don't mind having it set up to hit your ability as well. So tower boost or your flash heal or whatever you're AFK on. I normally go AFK on a summoner so I can go into overlord mode. I don't have to worry about getting hit. or taking any damage. And I just make sure that my mouse is targeted where I want it to be for the flash heal. And then have it spam flash heal. Alright, and there we go, y'all. Dune Eater difficulty unlocked on Pure Strategy. Let's check out my my brooch, or my my slot 5 thing. It is a brooch, huh? We got a fused Zephyr for a few hundred mil, or a few bill. Fort power and rate, that's a decent giraffe. We got a Guardian action figure, which is not one that I will likely use. And because of that, it rolled 7 frickin' targets. And holy shit, would you look at that? I see it already. My fused accessory dropped Supreme. Oh, damn. Let's check it out. Oh, that's a good piece. But shitty passives. Boo. But I already got a home for it. And that would be right here. Look at that upgrade. Oh my god. Oh shit, that's not fused. Never mind. Where's the fused one? Why did the fused one not drop? I didn't get a fused one. I mean, that's still a huge upgrade regardless. You know what? When I ran it, I think what happened is it's only allowing you to get one fused one per run. Because it happened, the same thing happened to me last night in Throne Room. I got the fused one at level 15. Which, I mean, that is a huge upgrade. So I'm just going to use that. It's fused. So now, on my Warden, I got fused Wisps, fused Beaming Blossoms, and fused Sludge Launchers. All without a single piece of fusion gear. I got one Arcanist piece, of course. It's a bug if you run through 15 and 25. Oh, okay. If you go 23. So I just need to do a wave 23 start. Well, I mean, let's see if I can... If a wave 23 start will hold up. That seemed like it took way longer than that. What time are we at, anyway? I still got time. I got time for a wave 23 start. I can't believe that was only an hour and 15 minutes. That felt like it was 3 days. All right. Let's see. Pure Strat. Forsaken Temple. Wave 23 start. Let's see if it holds. This may end up getting caved in. have to see here. Yeah, you have to do the temple on every mode to unlock Dune Eater difficulty. So, like, I only have it unlocked on pure strategy. I still have to do it on survival and mixed mode to get them unlocked there. So yeah, you just do the campaign through Dune Eater. And then you can just jump over and do it on pure strat. Yeah, that's weird there, Clever Expert. I saw that last night on I did Throne Room last night to get my Ensnare fused. Just got wave 15 and Wisps fused. Nice, grats. Alright, well, I think that is the exact same build. Yeah, man, pets are where it's at. Like, back in the day, I used to, I would run, Endless Spires. I'd let it run overnight. It would actually run all night until I woke up in the morning. Wrong character. And, I'd end up with, like, 3 trillion, 2 trillion, 3 trillion, or whatever on the overnight run. Okay, if something goes, it's going to be this core. So let me keep an eye out over here and see what happens. Not exactly a speedy wave. Looks like we made it over the hump, though. Once you get to the point where the rip portals are spawned and the enemies are just kind of single filing it out, it's pretty much a good game. Well, it's not a speed build, Side Tech, it's a safe build. I turned Transcendent gear off right at the end of Nightmare before I came into Massacre at all. Now, once again, I base it off of what you're wearing. Once all your gear that you're wearing is Transcendent gear, and you've got, you know, the first thing you do is assign an amount of upgrades. And then once you are to the point where you're just, you know, the upgrades are not hitting it, or you're not seeing very many, or all your gear is that you've got equipped is already at your upgrade point, then you can just turn off Transcendent gear altogether. I turned it off right at the end of, like, I did those Nightmare Summit runs right at the end. So I turned it off. You know, I was getting a few godly drops pretty much every run. So I turned it off then. It's so nice, too. It saves you so much time when you're not staring at a bunch of stuff in your inventory. How is my inventory doing? It's getting a little full. I'm going to go through and purge these weapons again. There's just that one fused weapon I'd want to save, right? Oh, I think I may have put it in storage. Let's purge all the weapons off. That's 74 items right there. I need to put that Supreme accessory I got on somebody. That's going to be a massive upgrade for somebody that I don't care about slot 5. Like the EV, I don't care about slot 5 at all. It usually rotates on Tuesday evenings. Tuesday evenings, Pacific Standard Time. So there's no set time for it because it has to be done manually. And Cool Gamer has got real life stuff he's got to attend to. But Tuesday nights when he gets home, it normally ends up rotating over to the new map. Pretty good timing, really, because DD1 usually rotates on Tuesday sometime during the day. And DD2 rotates Tuesday at like late afternoon. There's no way to know in game what the map of the week is. That would be something cool. Like in DD1, you can look in game and see what it is. But currently, there's no way to know. That's why I put that video up every week. All right, here we go, wave 25. I mean, it held up pretty good so far. It's not over yet. No premature celebration. I should end up, I'm seeing a lot of primitive gear drop in. I should end up getting some nice summoner upgrades here. I got my summoner in primitive gear, but he's in really bad gear. That's why I haven't been building spiders. I don't even care about the mana now. I'm not going to upgrade anything else. Why am I running around? You know what's weird is when I did Spooktacular, Halloween Spooktacular, the first full clear, that dropped a wave 15 and a wave 25 piece. Because I ended up fusing my harpoons and owls off of one run. Ooh, I see you throwing your shit at me. No. That would be a lot of work. It would be cool, but that would probably be a lot of work that they could be putting into other aspects. They're working on some new maps now. Eventually, hopefully, they end up getting a new difficulty. There we go. So that was super smooth. Alright, I guess it doesn't matter who I looted on. The rune I said I wasn't going to use. Of course it drops. Well, it's not supreme. Looks nice though. Fort power rate. Fort range rate there. 4 target armor, which we're not going to use. Another good, just regular accessory. I mean, I bet I got some nice upgrades there. Yeah, for sure. All right. Let's take a look here first. Oh, see, I got Supreme gear I didn't even know I had dropping. See, we're looking for fort upgrades here. $50 more, but I lose 55, so that would actually be a decrease. That would be a big upgrade. Yeah, we'll use that. I'll look at his accessories later, because he's bottom of the low man on the totem pole. Man, that's a perfect piece. It's really a shame that passive rolled so low, but it's still an upgrade. But that's like ideal. Power and defense damage, and power, range, and rate. If only those passives rolled better. That would actually be a gain across the board. It'd be pretty flat on the range. Actually, I would lose about 300 rate. I got bum bracers on this one. Do we have any bracers? None that are an upgrade. I know I'm going to have upgrades here, right? Actually lose a little power with the passive. I mean, that's an upgrade, but God, such mid passives for a buff beamer. That's nice. Once again, super low passive rolls, but it's still an upgrade. What about him? We definitely got something for him. See, that one is range. This one's fort. I think we go with this one on our buff beamer. That's such a fat upgrade. Oh my god. Why did it not equip? Oh, level 110. Oof. Can't use it yet. I can use this one though. And that one's still a fat upgrade too. Need a pet here too. There we go. Fort power rate. Let's see if we got any gloves. We didn't get any gloves. What a bummer, man. That brings me up to over 10k though. Getting there. My buff beams are getting there. Let's see. Ancient gear. Actually, let's just look at the accessories. Let's see if we got a better mask. I lose a bunch of power on that one. That one is a fatty range gain. Since this is for ours anyway, I might take that. I lose what? 400 and some power? I think I'll just go ahead and use that one. Thanks for subscribing, Chris. I appreciate it. What are we getting to here? 9,600 range, 8,000 power. And then, man, we need accessories across the board here on this one, but can't replace that because that's Arcane Alignment 4. Well, 255 power. We actually gained 6 power. But we pick up big time on all the sides, and we have a lot more upgrades. So that is a yes. And then what about bracers? I need to farm some Royal Gardens, man. I got nothing but junk bracers. And sitting pretty decent there. Not too bad. Just what I just did is what I've gotten so far. I'm just breaking into Dune Eater. Everything else I had already. Like Warden here was over 10k already. So I went up, but I didn't go up a tremendous amount. My owls were over 10k as well, prior to Dune Eater. But just what I just equipped is what I've gotten so far. But now I can come into any pure strategy map. Like I was talking about Royal Gardens. I can come into Royal Gardens, but I can do it on Dune Eater difficulty. Still started at wave 23. And now get the best potential gear in the game. So that was the goal there today, was to get all of these maps unlocked so I could play anything. I can go through and play any map now. And in addition to that, we got Dune Eater difficulty unlocked on pure strategy. So definitely not, I'm not there yet. I'm not to the full-on end game yet, but I'm right at the cusp. That is for sure. So anyway, y'all, that is actually going to get it for me for today. I'm going to go have me some dinner and chillax a little bit. But hopefully everybody's having a great weekend. I will be back live tomorrow. And, yeah, thanks an absolute ton, y'all. Hopefully everyone's having a good one. And I will see you all tomorrow. Take it easy.